meeting to order. May I have a motion to excuse Vice President Francisco Noyela from the meeting tonight because of illness?
I will move. I will make a motion.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Approved. Roll call.
Mr. Nishii,
I'm here.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Present.
Mrs. Mendoza, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll have a Brown Act Parliamentary Procedures training in the District Conference Room from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., provided by Mr. Baca, Managing Partner of Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rude, and Romo. Then we'll move directly to closed session. So what's...
We're going to read this.
And this evening, we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 3 matters, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFC, SCME, and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation, the board will be going to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss 2 matters, 2 in the Los Angeles Superior Court case number 22 NWCV 01753, but has determined that specifically identifying this matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude the existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. Name of the case, California School Employees Association versus Albany Unified School District, case number 22CV005456, Juneteenth class action litigation. Oh, we got a little bit more. Special education settlement agreement, OAH number 20241000793, Government Code Section 54956.9. Special education settlement agreement, OAH 20241200083, Government Code Section 54956.9, same one. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 E1, 1 matter. Student discipline, deliberation on the student expulsion case number 2425-6 pursuant to Education Code Section 4900M, and deliberation on expulsion case 2425-7 pursuant to Education Code Section 48900B. So can I get a motion to go to closed session?
We have public comment.
Second.
Do we have any public comments?
Sorry. Thank you.
Do we have any public comments?
No.
Seeing none.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are now in closed session. second?
Sophia.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes 6-0. Everyone, please silence your cell phones. Put it on vibrate or something else. Closed session report out. Tonight, in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 3 matters, Government Code Section 54957. We also had a conference with labor negotiator. We didn't talk about anything. Existing litigation. Tonight, in closed session, we approved 2 settlement agreements involving AB 218, Los Angeles Superior Court case number 22NYCV01753, which occurred in 1986-87 with 2 plaintiffs. The first settlement agreement is in the amount of $2.5 million. $1 million will be paid from the district insurance carrier, and $1.5 million will be paid from the district's general fund. And this came by a vote of 6-0. Second settlement agreement is in the amount of $2 million. $2 million. $1 million will be paid by the district's insurance carrier, and the other $1 million will be paid by the district's general fund by a vote of also 6-0. Conference with legal counsel. In closed session, the board took action to approve settlement agreement in the case of California School Employees Association versus Albany Unified School District et al. Case number 22CV 005456, Juneteenth class action. And,
It's a disaster here, sorry about that. It's all my fault. Trying to put some,
we're trying to get some tea here for everybody.
I'm trying to get tea for everyone.
Here, staff will go.
Go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead, continue, I'll take care of that.
All right. Okay, so to resolve and waive claims against the district in exchange for the district providing additional compensation in the form of vacation credit to class members who worked on Juneteenth holiday in 2021 and 2022. And this happened by a vote of 6-0. Also in closed session, we didn't pour tea on each other, but we discussed approval of a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $26,520 in services, attorney's fees of $7,000, compensatory math and reading $14,300, and compensatory counseling of $5,220 for OAH number 2024-100793 by a vote of 6-0 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Also in closed session, the board discussed and approved a special settlement agreement in the amount of $43,525 in services, attorney's fees of $7,775, compensatory education, academics, counseling, social skills, and vocational training of $35,000 for OAH case number 2024-120083 by a vote of 6-0 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2E1, 1 matter. Student discipline. May I have a motion and a second, based upon the board's review in closed session, that the board accepts the recommendation for expulsion in student expulsion case number 2425-6, and for orders the student expelled based upon violation of the Education Code Section 48900M pursuant to the stipulated terms, and adopts the recommendation of the rehabilitation plan. The board will review the student for readmission in December 2025 for the school period beginning January 2026.
I'll make a motion.
Thank
Second
you.
by Sophia.
Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Dr. Rios,
Aye. Yes.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
Mrs. Bui,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii.
Yes. Motion passes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second, based upon the board's review in closed session, that the board accepts the recommendation for a no-cost suspended expulsion in student expulsion case number 2425-7, and orders the student expelled based upon a violation of Education Code Section 48900B with enforcement of this extension of expulsion suspended as outlined in the stipulated settlement terms. Motion?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
I apologize in advance to the audience for being a little bit late for this, but some of these matters are important to discuss and really deliberate. Time is more important for these cases. I'd like to call upon Elliott Elementary School.
Please stand, face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, School Board President Nishii, Vice President Mr. Noyola, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, Cabinet members, ABC staff, and community members. I am Saksha Mandari, a 6th grade student council member at Elliott Elementary, along with Miss Ballard, our principal, Miss Navarro, our assistant principal, and other 6th grade student council members. I'm excited to share some of the incredible things happening at Elliott Elementary. As members of the Student Council, we work hard to promote and uphold our school's core values, which include kindness, responsibility, and respect. One way we live out these values is by organizing fun and exciting activities that bring our school community together. With Kindness Week starting next week, we have some exciting plans to spread kindness throughout the Elliott community. To kick things off, we'll host an assembly during lunch recess where students can share the ways they show kindness. Throughout the week, students can participate in a kindness raffle by sharing their acts of kindness. We're also organizing kindness grams. These are notes that students can write to their friends, classmates, or even teachers to brighten their day and keep them motivated. At Elliott, we believe that kindness matters. By working together, we can create a community where everyone feels valued and respected. Let's make Kindness Week a time to celebrate the amazing ways we can lift each other up.
Good evening. I'm Riva Singh. I'm another Elliott Student Council member. As we all know, yesterday was the day to honor the achievements of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I would like to share with you why I think it is important to honor his memory. With a fresh year just beginning, this is a perfect time to help each other set a respectful and kind tone for the year ahead. This is exactly what Dr. King worked to accomplish. A few of his major accomplishments were the Montgomery bus boycott, the March on Washington, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Nobel Peace Prize. One fact that I recently learned and find most interesting is that he was such a gifted student that he skipped grades 9 and 12. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a great example to all of us to have dreams and stay motivated. Something that I have learned from Dr. King's example is to work hard and stay motivated. For example, I hope to be able to study science and become a scientist one day. Not only will this dream make me proud, I hope to also make my parents proud.
Hello. I am Angel Villanueva, another student council member. Another great thing that I love about Elliott is our VAPA program. Thanks to Prop 28, we have continued enhancing our music program. Again at Elliott this year, Miss Lindsay, our VAPA teacher, meets with each grade level weekly to teach us many things about music, including melody, rhythm, and harmony. She also meets with individual classes on a rotating schedule to continue our learning. One example is when we learned about African art. We practiced basic weaving techniques inspired by African traditions. It was a simple weaving that we made with strips of paper. We also look forward to learn with Miss Lindsay because she's kind. Lastly, we do 2 school-wide concerts every year. In December, we had our winter concert. Let it shine. It was a huge success. Thank you to Board Member Mendoza for joining our event. We appreciate your support. At 6th grade, we sang Let's Make It Shine, and there's a candle glowing in the window. We had a lot of fun. We also just learned that our spring concert will be songs focusing on the different seasons.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gia Shah, and I'm proud to be an Elliott Student Council member. I am also the last speaker you will hear from tonight. Before we wrap up, I want to take a moment to recognize some very important people. Our ABCUSD board members. January is a school board recognition month, a time to celebrate all the hard work and dedication you bring to our schools. On behalf of Elliott Elementary and the entire ABC community, thank you for always supporting student success. We truly appreciate the time, effort, and care you put into making our schools the best they can be. Your leadership makes a big impact on our education, and we're so grateful for you. As a small token of appreciation, we have a special gift for you. It says, "You are a sweet hero to our schools," because you really are. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
And she wrote that.
Oh,
Wow.
amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Yummy. Yummy. Thank you. Thank you. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. All right, Ann, thank you so much.
Wow, printed. I can't believe this. Yes. All right, don't leave. We have a board member who'd like to make a comment. Board member Leticia Mendoza?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, yes, thank you so much for saying that I went to your winter concert because I really loved it. It was super hot that day. Do you guys remember how hot it was? We were trying to hide ourselves from the sun, but I was so amazed with the work that you're doing with your VAPA teacher. It was truly amazing to see how talented all the kids are. Even the little itty bitty ones were up there singing. So thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for your talent. Thank you so much for the gift. So I used to be on the board before, and there was one thing that I always wanted to do, because I know when our schools come to speak to us, they always bring us little gifts. So when I got on the board, I said, I want to make sure that I have something for you. So I have a one-of-a-kind sticker. I made these, I designed them. It says, ABC School District, ABC 2025 Student Leader. You cannot get them anywhere. These are you will not find these in the district. These are specially made. So there's 5 of them for you. You can put them on your water bottles. You can put them, I don't think your principal would like to put them anywhere like in the school or anything, but like a notebook, that's yours. But you are the first school to get them. I didn't have them last time. So you are officially the first school to get the official school leader from the school boards. And thank you so much for recognizing us. I don't think we even thought about that it was School Board Members Month. I completely forgot. So thank you so much.
Okay.
And I hope to come back and see all the amazing work that you guys are doing.
This is
Thank you,
Sophia.
Mr. President.
Okay. Next is Suyu.
Okay, thank you, President Nishi. And congratulations once again, and thank you for leading us. This is the first board meeting of the year. And I'd like to thank the students. You guys did such a great job. So proud of you. And I want to thank your parents, and I hope you guys are grateful to your parents for raising you up, to be so wonderful and so confident. Thank you to the educators. And just want to say, the less time you spend on social media, TikTok and Instagram, the greater person you will be. God bless you.
Board member Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you. First off, thank you so much for your patience. We took a little bit longer than we expected, and you all were ready to go. Your speeches, your individual presentations, spot on, didn't lose any direction. You all did marvelous. So thank you so much. Thank you to your families for bringing you here. Thank you to your teachers and your administration. Have a good day.
I think that, anybody else?
I have my button pushed. Oh, sorry.
All right.
This-
Sophia Tse, board member.
Thank you, President Ishii. When you say you are a sweet superhero to our ABCUSD schools, I want to tell you, we all together, actually, you are the superhero. You made us to become today like this. And we also have a principal, teacher, and staff who work together. We all superhero. And the speech you made so beautiful. And your principal say you wrote that. What a wonderful. There you go. That's our superhero here. Thank you again for providing such a beautiful candy here. I would take a bite every day because I'm controlled by that sugar. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Tse. So I get my chance here. Thank you for that presentation. We're going to learn a lot from you. Kindness does matter now, more than any time that we have in this history. Kindness counts, and you're going to be leading the way because you are the future generation. And so how you act and be towards people is how the rest of this country will be. If you're kind, I think that'll reflect on the rest of us. And the parents that teach them that, you call us the leaders, but really it's the parents out there that support these children in the ideals and the values that they serve. So I'd like all the parents of these kids, if they came, unless they drove themselves, to stand up. Stand up and be recognized. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Frank Yokoyama for coming. Thank you for being the city person here. And former school board members, Olympia Chen, for staying involved and being a part of our community. You never really retire from the school board. I'll call on Dr. Zietlow for recognitions.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to recognize some of our schools for advanced placement, honor roll school recognition from the College Board, as well as from the Educational Results Partnership and the Campaign for Business and Education Excellence. And so I think what might be best is to have the board move forward, and then as we call up the schools, we'll be able to take a picture right then. So if we all kind of move forward, then we'll be good to move through each of the schools. So here we go. First for recognition this evening for the 2024 Advanced Placement School Honor Roll Recognition from the College Board, we have Cerritos High School. Our next school for the 2024 Advanced Placement School Honor Roll Recognition is Gar High School. And our final school for the 2024 Advanced Placement School Honor Roll recognition is Whitney High School. For the Educational Results Partnership and the Campaign for Business and Education Excellence, our 2024 Honor Roll Star School is Bragg Elementary School. Our next Honor Roll Star School is Carmenita Middle School. Next is Carver Elementary School. Our next Honor Roll Star School is Cerritos Elementary School. Next, for Honor Roll Star School, it's Cerritos High School. Our next Honor Roll Star School is Elliott Elementary School. right, our next honor roll star school is Gar High School. Our next honor roll star school is Gonsalves Elementary School. Our next honor roll star school is Haskell Middle School. Our next honor roll star school is Kennedy Elementary School. Our next honor roll star school is Leal Elementary School. Our next honor roll star school is Nixon Elementary School. Our next honor roll star school is Ross Middle School. Our next honor roll star school is Stowers Elementary School. Our next honor roll star school is Tetzloff Middle School. Our next honor roll star school is Whitney High School. And our final 2024 star school is Whitman Elementary School. That's all.
Yes. Okay, as you can tell, we have a really great district, right? All right. Board Member Mendoza, would you like to make a quick statement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. A la comunidad, la traducción al español está disponible en persona a petición durante las reuniones de la Junta Directiva. Do we know where the young lady is that's translating?
She's back there.
Si puede levantar la mano, la persona que está haciendo... ¿No? So we'll find her. Her name is Xochitl. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, buscan a Xochitl. Debe de estar afuera. We got her? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Zilo, can you introduce our Education Foundation Board?
Thank you. This evening, our ABC Education Foundation will be sharing their mini grant award winners, and so I'd like to call the chair of our ABC Education Foundation Board, Heather Summers, to the podium for presentations.
Technical difficulties.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zitlo. And I was going to invite our president, Serena Yuan, up here to join me from the Education Foundation as well. And good evening, and thank you so much for having us here. I'm Heather Summers. I'm the chair of the ABC Education Foundation this year, and Serena is our president. And we have several of our board members here in the audience today, too, including Scott Smith, who's our executive director, Jenny Chan, who's our treasurer of the board, and several board members, including Olympia Chen, who you all know, and Cindy Yen Chen, Nicholas Maddox, and Michael Hartshorn, who also works for ABC, and Fadia Brake. So We are all here to share the results of our annual mini grants that we have applications from the teachers every year. And we're supporting some really exceptional projects in the classroom we're excited to announce tonight. And we really appreciate the opportunity to do that here. This past fall, we opened up our applications for the mini grants, and we received 29 applications from teachers this year. A committee of our board and community members read all of those grants and scored them anonymously in a process that we do every year to select the top mini grants that can fit within our budget for the year. So we raise money for the school district. That's our job on the board here, and we try to give as many grants as possible as we can based on the money that we raise during the year. And really, one of the biggest differentiators of our foundation, when you compare what the ABC Education Foundation does with all the other wonderful school foundations at the district and the PTAs, what's different about us is our donors give to us and we distribute the money equitably as much as possible throughout the district. So that's kind of a real differentiator with us. Our top donor for the last few years, AutoNation Toyota of Cerritos, I really want to mention them. They've been an integral part of our program. They have allowed us in the last couple years to give out Toyota Tundra grants in the amount of up to $10,000 a year. So we have 2 of those grants to give out tonight. And Albert Barraza from AutoNation Toyota Cerritos joining us tonight. He's over here in the corner. Thank you. And I'll call you up in a minute. We're gonna try to take a group photo at the end, so we'll see if we can bring everybody up together. But thank you to Albert, and thank you to AutoNation Toyota of Cerritos for really making a difference, because their funds are a big part of what our mini grant program, and in addition to other grants that we give out throughout the year too. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call out our 2 Tundra grants first, and I'm going to have each of the grant recipients, their principal and the grant writer be coming up the side here. We'll try to do a lineup and then bring everybody up here to take a picture with the school board and our ABC Education Foundation board, and Albert also from AutoNation Toyota. So please come on up when I do call your name. And I'm going to start with the AutoNation Toyota Tundra grants, starting with Whitney Middle School and High Schools and Gar High School for Seeing Ourselves in History, Exploring Lived Experiences Through Ethnic Studies for $9,742.50. And this grant is going to purchase books, activity supplies, and field trips for ethnic studies classes at both high schools to empower 240 to 260 students to explore history through diverse perspectives, engaging in real-world learning that fosters empathy, critical thinking, and social awareness. So we have LaMonica Smith-Bryson and Whitney's principal, Dr. Tuesday Stoffers, and Gar's principal, Dr. Richard Moore. If you're all here, please come up, and we can start lining up in the middle here, too, if you don't mind being the center of attention. We're going to take a picture in a few minutes. And the second Toyota Tundra grant goes to Haskell STEM Academy, who's receiving $8,700 for Making Waves, the Haskell Youth Podcast Project. And the funding for this project will purchase technology and equipment for student podcasts at a middle school, creating 6 podcast stations to engage 34 students at a time. And all the teachers will have access to the equipment regardless of subject to build digital media and storytelling skills. So we have Eric Gutierrez and Principal Valerie Gutierrez. Please come up. And I'm going to read the remaining grants very fast because we have 9 more to go. And so those are going to come up quick, and then we're going to ask you all to come join and try to get a picture of all of us. So we have the remaining grants are special and education grants. These are from $1,000 to $2,500, starting with Cerritos Elementary School for $2,500 for new furniture and supplies for the Learning Lab. Colleen Garten and Principal Craig Spratt, please come up. Cerritos High School, we have $1,000 for diverse novels and supplies. Evelyn Hidalgo and Dr. Krishna Weiss, principal, please come up. Ferguson Elementary School, $2,326.51 for outdoor equipment to enhance gross motor skills. Oralia Rojas and Principal Alejandro Gutierrez. Gar High School, $1,000 for supplies to create positive experiences for students in need. Carrie Grover and Principal Dr. Richard Moore. Kennedy Elementary School, $2,500 for a school community partnership program. Natalie Navarro and Principal Robert Benko. Melbourne Elementary School, $2,500 for a writing development program to build confident writers. Rosa Nicasio de Lis and Principal Cynthia Santos. Nemus Elementary School, $1,423.27 for science fair materials and classroom tools. John Zawacki and Principal Heather Durant. Willow Elementary School, $968 for special whiteboards to enhance student learning. Jodine Smith and Principal Danielle Saldavia. Pouncey. And finally, Whitman Elementary School, $2,052.28 for a cultural cookbook project. Alejandra Perez and Principal Miguel Marco. And again, we're going to try to, if we can invite the school board and Dr. Zietlow all up for a photo, and our board and Albert. I'm going to move this out of the way. And again, thank you for the honor of being able to present this tonight. And I just want to mention, too, that the ABC Education Foundation is about supporting all the schools, and we hope that your businesses and others can help support us with donations so that we can do more of these next year. So thank you.
Look at me first. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right.
And just one more ask is all of the recipients, if you could meet us outside, we would like to hand off the checks and take a couple more pictures outside. So thank you.
But don't leave. I want to say something to you guys before you leave. Or you could just leave. You can ignore me. Fine.
Hold on, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet.
I just wanted to quickly say, while there's still a few people here, that you saw a huge group of people here, huge group of educators who worked hard. They did something they didn't have to do. They volunteered to do more work for our kids in our community. If anybody wants to see their dollar, their time, their effort to be multiplied more than anything, it's with the foundation. The ABC Foundation was something that preceded me, but it is something that's an amazingly entrepreneurial thing that encourages teachers to do what they want to do best, which is to teach. And they help them, give them the effort. So, you know how people say, oh, none of my money gets to the place. You will see the direct results when you volunteer. So everybody in this room, we have no term limits for the ABC Foundation. Everybody can be part of it. Every little bit. Everybody says somebody else will do it. There's millions of people. That's not true. It depends on each one of you in this room, and whoever's watching on TV, call these people. They need your help because we can do a lot more good stuff. Thank you, Toyota, for being a partner with our schools. Not everybody does that. They don't have to do that. It's not advertising for them. They don't sell any extra cars because of this. It's because the future of our country depends upon teachers, kids being entrepreneurial, and sometimes even working outside of the district. Not all of our money is always. Well, I better stop saying. All right. Numbers. Sophia, say, Dr. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, take few time. Thank you, President. Well, I do want to say my recognition to our foundation. Back in years ago, when we started the foundation, I think there was Linda Johnson and other board member. See that, I think my former, which is our president, ABCUSD, Mrs. Chen, and she had a vision on that too. So I want a special thanks to you folks because you made a difference in here. Especially I recognize Mrs. Chen. She's not just starting with PTA, take care of the kids, and then she served the ABC board. And then even though when he finished his term, she still come back and here serve our foundation. Well, not just that, she took care of me, to take care of me too. Remember my last term, the presidential off-duty month, which is December, I wear that blue Chinese jacket. It was given by her. I want to thank you so much, your service to here, to the district. You know, nobody can beat with you. You're the best one. Thank you so much, Ms. Chen. Appreciate it.
Okay, now you can take your picture. All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of January 21st, 2025?
Second, that's Sophia.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Need to approve the minutes. So at the regular meeting of December 17th, there was not a quorum. So to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of November 6th, can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 6th?
Someone by Sophia.
And a second?
Had be who was here. I think I have to miss you. Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we have all 6-0.
No,
No.
I'm a
Four?
abstain.
Oh, that's right, because some people weren't here. Okay. All right, I don't know everything. Thank you for correcting me. 4-0. But 2. 4-0-2. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 17th, 2024?
So moved.
All in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. And then I'll say abstain because I wasn't here. So we have 2 abstentions. 4-0-2. Thank you. All right, what's next? Oh, that's me. Board report. All right, it was a great start of this new year. Happy New Year, everybody. It's a couple list of things here, so I'll quickly go through them. Rose Parade 605 League. Gar, Artesia, Cerritos. We woke up at 4 o'clock. Sophia Tse also went. Early in the morning, we had the 605 League signs out there. But more important, the band was out there, and they did an amazing job. Great parade. I did the Bite of Reality, also with Sophia Tse at Whitney. Also a great program if you ever want to see something where the kids get to see what real life is about, you know, rent and things like that. My daughter could have learned something from that. Went to the Janet Nguyen inauguration. You know, the thing about that is that fire affected even the judge's daughter's home. And it's affected a lot of people here. So I want to thank the first responders for all their actions and everything that they've done for our community and keeping us safe. I know it seems like we're safe here in Cerritos, but we've even received students from that area. So thank you. Thank you to the moms of Cerritos. Also, Sophia Tse had volunteers. I'm going to be mentioning her a lot because she shows up to these things. But also for not just talking about doing things, but actually doing things, providing things, water, supplies, clothes. They need money because it's going to be a very expensive process to get this together. So I want to thank the moms of Cerritos for that. Did a coffee with Principal Whitman. I did there's an Optimus fundraiser that's coming up, so everybody should be part of that. We raised money for ABC Cares, and that's for parents who don't have a lot of resources. So if everybody could support that, ABC Foundation, everybody should join. We just saw that there. There's perfect evidence of everything. I went to their meeting. They're doing great, but they need help. Chef fundraiser, band fundraiser. I did a kitchen visit. They have 13 workers making 17,000 meals every day. That's a lot. So I take my hat off to them for doing all that work. And maybe we can get a little extra help to improve the kitchens at some of the elementary schools. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Cerritos High School, I went to see the brand new science building, also as a result of the parents that knocked on doors and the taxpayers that are paying for this. Thank you for supporting science and enabling us to have these facilities. I went to visit the Melbourne Elementary. the new principal and their green practices, and she's working on improving the math, and she has improved math scores a little bit, but they have a long way to go. So that's great. Went to Ferguson Elementary. They improved with the English language learners 15%, so also pretty amazing. But he also knows he needs to improve the math because that's important. Went to the Gonzalez parent meeting. They had some safety issues that we need to address in terms of traffic. That's true with every school, but we have a sitting council member back there who can definitely make our dreams come true in terms of safety and making it as safe as we possibly can. Luckily, we've had no problems. Went to the MLK thing with Sophie was there, and also board member Tatiana Yokoyama Bui was there, and it was an amazing program. My wife got to see it this year as well. Inspiring. It's about all of us being together. We're all different, but we're all the same, right? And understanding everybody's experience. We should all be part of that. I have a tea for the trustee, February 11th. So here we have public comments, which you can give a comment, and we don't always respond because the law makes it so that we want to be careful. And so at a tea with the trustee, I can respond to you with whatever issues that you have. I will only respond with facts. I won't give you opinions, but please come Tuesday, February 11th, 7 p.m. And love to see you talk about anything, anything. Finally, last thing, what else do I have here? No, that's it. Finally, thank you, members of the board, for trusting me to do this, even though I wasn't here. We're going to have some tough decisions this year, and I know that we all have the same goals in mind, which is the best for our students, the best for our future, the best for all of us, and our motivations are all good, so I know we can go through difficult financial times and still be together, and that's going to be key. So thank you. Thank you for going on this journey with me together. That's it. Oh, and now we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's been a busy month in the area of shared vision of learning and growth for students. I had my monthly meeting with our district PAL, and that's all of our employee group presidents meeting together to talk about ways to ensure that the culture of the district is good for our students and our staff. We're also starting our mid-year update meetings with our principals from our schools, and so we had our first group on January 15th where we review their single plan for student achievement, how kids are doing mid-year, and look at things that they're adjusting mid-year to help our students meet their learning goals and improve in the areas of reading and math and writing. In the area of building a collaborative culture of teaching and learning, I did a full day visit at Haskell Middle School on January 9th. I was able to visit the migrant education program on Saturday, January 11th at Fetty, Hawaiian, Melbourne, and Nemus. And that was a lot of fun, particularly the class for the littlest ones where their parent comes with them. I always walk in someplace, and so there was one of my former students with her little ones. It was fun. And then I did a full day visit at Carver Elementary School on January 14th, full day visit at Tracy High School on January 16th, and a full day at Bragg on January 17th. In the area of safe and productive learning and working spaces, I was able to participate with a number of our secondary assistant principals and some of our principals in a restorative practices training in January 6th and 7th. And then I was at Bite of Reality helping to convince children they needed a bigger house, even though maybe they didn't. And working through making those kind of decisions through the partnership we have with Schools First Credit Union. On January 15th, I met with our student board reps and reviewed the board meeting to see if they had any comments they would like to make or if they wanted to give a vote. And then on January 16th, I was able to see Cerritos High School girls water polo team, and the second match was really fun because it was against the first ever Artesia High School all girls water polo team. So really glad for Artesia being able to move and have enough girls for a whole team, because that's a challenge in some of our sports. And then finally, January 17th, I got to participate in the homecoming at Whitney High School, and thank goodness everybody won, but it was a tight game for those boys. And that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Zietlow. Now we'll have the student board representative report. Sorry for the long wait.
Well, good evening, Board President Nishi, Board Vice President Noyola, Clerk of Board Yokoyama Bui, and members Dr. Rios, Mrs. Mendoza, Ms. Say, and Mrs. Yu, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, and members of the Cabinet. My name is Christopher Kempf, and I was asked to act as one of the ABC Adult School representatives for this year. And for tonight, I was asked to briefly reintroduce myself to the new board that we have here, and whether you were on here before or not, and how I'm connected to education in general, and more specifically the adult school. Although now retired, in my working years I was hired as a bilingual teacher by the Paramount Unified School District, and I worked proudly at Hollydale Elementary School for 34 years. And while working in Paramount, I met a teacher in 1985. Her name was Gail, and she became my wife in 1987. We're still married, happily married. We have a 33-year-old daughter, Lindsay, who attended ABC schools. And she attended, well, a variety of the schools here. And that started in third grade as we moved to Cerritos in 1999. And after teaching for 34 rewarding years, my wife and I, and my wife teaching 37 years, we both retired in 2016. Since retiring, we've both been busy, as we both believe in the value of being lifelong learners. And as one part of that, we have taken a number of classes, including various exercise classes, through the ABC Adult School since retiring. We both have developed friends with many of the people that we have met in the water aerobics class, especially with Todd Tabone, and have found these classes not only enriching in a physical sense, but also very socially connective. And for those of us that are in our retirement years, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of maintaining not only physical fitness, but also our social connections through retirement. Todd's class, and the way it is facilitated, greatly helps in various aspects of adult living, including maintaining our connections to lifelong learning through classes, as well as learning experientially through travel, community involvement, and so on. So I look forward to acting as one of those representatives for the adult school and creating meaningful connections with adult school learning. Thank you. Oh, and for the report part of this. ABC Adult School started the year advertising on Long Beach Transit. 4 different ads ran. Start your career as easy as ABC. Earn your GED as easy as ABC. Learn English as easy as ABC. And enrich your mind and body as easy as ABC. The ads ran from July 22nd through October 13th, 2024. But some of the ads are still on buses, and it has been fun seeing them all around the community. In addition, Spanish radio ads ran on Univision November 18th through January 5th to promote the start of the 3rd quarter. The medical classes in the Career and Technical Education Department have a new learning device, an anatomage table, and this is an interactive table which helps students visualize the human anatomy and body and make it easier to understand that anatomy. We have 22 students who have already completed their courses. for their career technical education diplomas, with more to finish in time for graduation. It's important. Community education and adults with disability students displayed their handmade crafts and projects for everyone to see and purchase at the annual holiday craft sale at Cabrillo Lane campus during the December 2024 holiday sing-along and community coffee event. Our music teacher, Emiliano Rodriguez, and his students performed at the event. Emiliano played the guitar while he and a student sang popular holiday songs. The student is a professional singer who is taking voice classes to learn how to read music. We are very excited to have our classes advertised in 2 Leisure World publications, the LW Weekly and their 2025 Community Guide and Telephone Directory. Leisure World is located, as you may know, in Seal Beach, just 8 miles from our Cabrillo Lane campus, and is home to over 9,000 residents over the age of 55. We are happy to report that in the first week of the 3rd quarter, we already had students from Leisure World enrolled in our classes. Our health and fitness instructor, Todd Tabon, led his classes in a do anything but nothing weight loss challenge during the 2nd quarter. And while I had won that several times in the past, I have not recently. 2 of his students met their weight loss goal and are very happy to receive and proudly wear their do anything but nothing t-shirts. Calligraphy teacher Barbara Close and her student works are displayed at the Maloof Museum in Alta Loma as a part of the Celebrating Calligraphy, which began October 24th, 2024, and will run through February 23rd, 2025. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Song, and I have been a student with the Parent Education Department for over 6 years. I also occasionally substitute for that program. The Academics Department had a very strong fall semester, enrolling more students than in the past several years. As we move into spring semester, many of our students have returned, and new students receive an orientation as they begin our program. We already have 24 students who have earned their high school diplomas and 115 students who have passed the HiSET or GE test to earn their high school equivalency test or certificates. Students have the option of taking in-person classes, working online, or a combination of both. We also provide an online option in Edmonton for the district's concurrent high school students. The academics lab is open on Wednesday evenings to accommodate those who work during the day. In addition, there's a daily math lab to support learners who want help in math and algebra. In the English as a Second Language department, teachers will attend the TESOL convention in Long Beach in March. ESL students have been successfully transitioning to GED HiSET prep classes, and many have already earned their diplomas this school year. Quite a few citizenship students have become U.S. citizens. The ESL department would like to highlight one student in particular, Hamida Okubanjo, who was also a CTE medical assistant student. Hamida is now a registered nurse at St. John's in Bristol Hospice. Congratulations. Our parent ed department had a great fall semester with classes for parents with preschoolers aged 1 to 5 years old. In addition to the traditional multi-day classes, classes were offered for sensory exploration, early Spanish language acquisition, cooking, and science. Homeschooled students, kindergarten through 4th grade, along with their parents, also participated in a class on Thursday mornings with their parents to learn history, math, and writing. Fall field trips included visits to the Tanaka Farms Pumpkin Patch, Pretend City, Ralph B. Clark Regional Park to learn about prehistoric animals, and the annual bike parade at Cerritos Park East, and much more. We celebrated with Halloween parades, Veterans Day crafts, and Christmas visits from Santa in our classrooms. Families shared cultures as well, learning about Diwali, Hanukkah, and Christmas in Sweden. Thank you for your continued support.
Board comment? Sophia? Board member say?
Thank you, President. I do want to mention we have more program too. Mother Me class, I participate in it, and swimming class, and with McCaff, we're together. I mean, we do have such wonderful program. 2 of my grandchildren currently attending the Mother Me class, and I know I'm very busy, but I still take Sophia at least once a week to that school, and we learn so much. Sophia's only 2 years old, but she can, ABCD all the way to the last 4 letters, 24 letters. She also know how to do a little counting, all because our ABC Mother Being class. I want to thank you again, the principal, that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Yu?
Yes. Thank you, Chris Camp and Sharon Song. That was a wonderful presentation, very informative. One particular thing that I'm very impressed is the fact that you guys ran an ad and enrolled more students. That is fantastic, and that is a good practice for the rest of us too, because we do struggle. All districts are going through declining enrollment, so it's going to be a competition, and we have a fine district, with great school. We are a very functional school, and I think that we'll be able to even attract students from other districts. So really, brilliant idea. And also, I just wanted to point out that, high school students, I've been getting this a lot from the community about how, can we bring the trade back, such as the carpentry, electricity, auto. And we have some of that with Cerritos High School, but it seems like, more opportunities can be opened up if through the adult school as well, for many of our high school students, because the students do struggle with direction, and parents struggle even more, to give direction to their, children for future job and career. Obviously, not everyone is college bound, and it's really difficult to get a job after college too. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Board member Yokoyama Bui?
Thank you, Mr. Kempf and Ms. Song. Wonderful presentations. I did want to comment as well on the advertisement. I have a friend, she's a fellow parent in the ABC community, who is a student at the ABC Adult School, and she was actually on one of the bus campaign ads. So I thought that was really cool that you guys use actual students, and she got a kick out of it too. So great job. Thank you.
Give credit to the principal.
Excellent, yeah.
Thank you, board member. Board member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. Christopher, thank you for your years of service teaching to you and your wife. I'm on year 27. I don't think I'm going to make it to 37. I don't know, Christopher. But thank you so much, and thank you to you and your wife for being the model of lifelong learners. You are a perfect example for our community, and I love the ads. I just think easy as ABC. I think we just need to use it. I could have used that on my sticker for the kids. But that is a great advertisement. And I like that in your report, it shows, usually ABC, you think of K-12, but we actually service kids from 1-year-olds all the way to adults. We have community education, adults with disabilities. You're hitting everything over there. You're supporting working families, with Edmentum After Hours. We have citizenships, and it's just great to hear the progress, and I think people need to know about us, right? And so come to our district. It's as easy as ABC. Yeah. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So really quickly, this is a great entrepreneurial department. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you try something new. It's kind of different in education, right? You don't, sometimes we have the same thing over and over. But in this, before they would have X class, but now they have just all different kinds of classes that I've seen. It's kind of great. My contractor started. He was from Lebanon. I don't think he had any high school. He started it at the adult school. He ended up getting a MA, I think. He went through adult school, continue ed. He got his GED. He got his college degree, and then he got his MA and successful contractor, and he built my house. So it's a great job. It comes from great leadership, starting with Dr. Pauline Gual and also Nancy Amara, and continuing with the great team that she has with just innovative thoughts, not thinking just in the box, but putting things on the buses. I think we all made a mention of that. So thank you very much for your effort. Got a question, though, a real question. What can we do for you? What can we do better for you?
Just spread the word.
No, I'm talking to the student board members here.
Yeah, well, first of all, yeah, we have to give credit to the principal.
We can't hear, but speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I look forward to, I've already mentioned to the principal that I wanted to talk with her about some thoughts I've had. And so I was beginning to write up an email for her and just begin that communication with her about some ideas I had, which the answers may already be there, but I wanted to, out of my own curiosity, I'm still very curious about many things. Wanted to continue that dialogue with her, possibly visit some classes, maybe even non-intrusively. I know what it's like to be a teacher, and you don't want to have people with check-off lists or anything coming through. But just to maybe interface with some teachers as well as administrators about some things. But that's going to happen in the future possibly, so we'll see how that goes. That's about it.
I didn't mention it earlier, but I'm mainly part of the parent ed portion of the school, but I also attended the adult education maybe about 15, 20 years ago, my 20s, and I took sewing classes and quilting classes, and with that, I actually made quilts for my babies before they went to parent ed class, so it's kind of full circle. I would ask if the board has the power to do this, to kind of have more community awareness about the programs, especially our parent ed programs, just because with adult school, it's adults, so they can choose all the classes, but the parent education program, we have new students that need to come in every year because it starts from like 6 months to 1 year, and then they usually age out once they go to school, so they're constantly looking for the new students, the new parents, new grandparents, or caretakers, anyone, and it's such a great program. Once they get in, I think a lot of them do just stay throughout. So just awareness, I think just not a lot with everything competing like you were saying. So I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. You're a student school board member, so you can give us your input. All right.
I'm just adding one more thing. The flower arrangement, we are not just, we can take the flower arrangement class, but they also provide a job opportunity for the people who can't come. I love it because I took about 10 years probably over there. So I do help some organization set up the flower for them because adult school made me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 16, employee representative reports. Mr. Gare. Thank you. Public comments. Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section, and neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Our first speaker is James Howell. Please come up. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Too short. Hello, everyone. My name is James Howe. I am a alumni from Richard Gare High School. That was my former principal right there. Just give her a round of applause. Yes. She was the one that inspired the entrepreneurial spirit, and today I'm a graduate from Texas, and I was able to start CF Fitness. CF Fitness stands for Convenient Fun Fitness. People like conveniency. Never heard anybody saying I'm having too much fun, I don't want to do it anymore. Fitness, just a buzzword. CF Fitness has been around for about a decade now, and we're in 100 schools and counting. We have the pleasure of servicing ABC School District. We're in Lille, Aloha, and Burbank. We are in Orange School District, Newport School District, Anaheim School District, LAUSD, to name a few. James was able to go in the 2016 Olympics. Speaking in third person, I'm James. I ran in the 2016 Olympics, and the fun fact about myself, I am the shortest guy in the world to run one lap in 45 seconds. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. CF Fitness is an active recess and PLC program. We have the pleasure of working with students on a day-to-day basis, running structured fun activities. This company has allowed us to bridge the gap with students from all walks of life. When you go outside and play with your friends, you don't think about anything else but having the time of your life. The individuals that we provide at the schools on a day-to-day basis brings that Walt Disney experience to the playground. Teachers love it because they have now gained more class instructional time, because what happens on the playground stays on the playground. Principals love it because they don't have to deal with any office traffic, because again, what happens on the playground stays on the playground. And students, the ones who typically wouldn't play on the playground, now we've been able to bridge that gap and bring games that they like. It's one thing for me to talk about it, but it's another thing for me to show it. So I'm going to be my natural self. All right, everyone, you're going to have to stand up. You're going to have to be the kid today. Sorry. Stand up. I know we're tired, but you got to stand up today. Yeah, everybody got to stand up today. All right, so I want to change my name. I am now going to be Coach Boss Baby. Everybody say, Boss Baby. Boss Baby. Oh, no, no, no. Everybody say, Boss Baby. Boss Baby. Everybody go, ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Everybody go, who is it? Who is it? Boss Baby. Boss Baby. Can I get a ah? Ah. Can I get a ah? Ah. Do what I do, say what I say. Do what I do, say what I say. Everyone say, baby chicken nuggets. Baby chicken nuggets. Dip, dip, dip it in the sauce. Dip, dip, dip it in the sauce. Everyone say, throw it up. Throw it up. Break it down. Break it down. Freeze. Freeze. Everybody clap your hands. And freeze. All my favorite friends, can you take a deep breath like this? Deep breath out. Everybody say, take it easy. Take it easy. All right, friends, you may have a seat.
That's a first.
So those are what students experience on a day-to-day basis. I've been fortunate enough to be successful in this business. So I would like to offer this services for some of your schools who you believe can benefit from this free of charge. Again, free of charge. I know we're getting ready to experience financial difficulties, so I would like to pay it forward. Without Gare High School, I would have been to nothing. So I want to make sure I pay it forward. Since I have the capital to do so, again, I would love to have the opportunity to pay for your principal's lunch for the elementary schools and the ones who believe they're in need. I would love to provide this service. I always say it's the difference between me saying I love you with my mouth and me providing that touch. Thank you, everyone. You guys have a wonderful evening. If you're looking for brochures, I dropped them right over there to my left. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
We have our next speaker, Margaret Saito.
Margaret Saito. First of all, to Superintendent Zilo, President Ishii, members of the board, staff members here, and community members that may be attending. First, I'd like to congratulate all the students, parents, and staff members of all these schools that we have honored for their outstanding academic performance during 2024. As mentioned in the previous speaker, we are going through a period of a declining enrollment. With that in mind, I suggest that with regard to administration, the headquarters here, that we take the staff and we move some of the staff into the schools where we have combined classes, where we have split classes, and use them to help supplement the personnel in those classes to help those students, okay? Because we don't have the personnel, but we could use the personnel we do have to help supplement, because they're all teachers, but so they should be able to help in reading, math with these students, because primarily we're looking at elementary schools. And so we need to help them when they have split classes, okay, because a teacher is only one person. So that way we would put more personnel in that classroom, okay? Because if we have to close schools, we're going to cut administration too. We should not close schools without making a proportional cut in our administration costs. With that in mind, I know that you have a manual payroll system. There is no reason today why you should continue to have a manual payroll system where you have to input everything on a piece of paper. You can have a website and do it electronically. There probably is some software out there. It's going to save you money, save you time, maybe cut some personnel in terms of duties that they have to do, but it'll save the district time and money, okay? So you should look into that because that's going to save you money. And let's see. One more thing. With regard to Mr. Ishii mentioned tea with a trustee. I want to thank him for giving that opportunity to members of the community because it was very interesting. I was able to attend. So thank you again. Okay, bye.
Next speaker is Carla B. Santa Cruz. And after this speaker, it will be Frank Yokoyama.
Good evening. It's nice to be back. Good evening and congratulations to all the board members, President Nishii, board members, Superintendent Zitlo, and cabinet leaders and ABC community. I'm Carla Santa Cruz, formerly known as Carla Herrera. When I was a bilingual teacher and English learner, multilingual program specialist, migrant education, I've done a lot of program coordination and implementation in my almost 38 plus years. You can do it, Leticia. I did my student teaching at Ferguson Elementary in 1974 when the Lau versus Nickel court decision was made, and I was hired in January 1975. So this year, this month, I'm celebrating my golden teaching anniversary. Today, I'm still active as an advocate, volunteer, and consultant living in Cerritos. My grandson is a second grader at Nemis Dual Immersion Program, and my 3-year-old grandson attends with my daughter-in-law at Gonsalves Adult School Preschool. And my children all attended ABC schools. One of them attended the Elliott Dual Immersion Portuguese Program and on to Ross and then GAR. I'm here tonight to invite you all to attend the 50th anniversary annual conference of the California Association for Bilingual Education, a conference March 26th to 29th at the Long Beach Convention Center. Just like me, we're celebrating CABE's 50th anniversary. It's the premier learning opportunity focusing on English learner, multilingual learner education, and the conference features English language development, biliteracy education, and more. It's for teachers, administrators, board members, parents, families, and high school students. But tonight I have a special complimentary invitation, one-day pass, that's especially for board members, superintendents at all levels, associate deputy superintendents, and more, to attend the Administrative Leadership Symposium. It's going to be held on Friday, March 28th. You can network with other experts and advocates on the implementation of the EL roadmap. You can meet the authors of the ELD framework as well, and hear from bright spots school districts who are successfully implementing components and principles of both. And I was on the committees that wrote those documents as well. So as I've said, I have a long history of advocacy, and I appreciate ABC's support for all my years in the field. I hope to see you there. And so I have some information that has the information for the website that can help you attain your one-day pass. Thank you so much. May I give it to you?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Yokoyama. Following will be Teddy Lloyd.
Thank you. President Nishi, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, Member Dr. Rios, Member Mendoza, Member Say, and Member Yu. Thank you for your years of service to tens of thousands of students of the ABC Unified School District. While I am a Cerritos Council member, I am here during public comment as a community member, as an ABC proud family member, specifically today as a member of the Whitney High School community. Under Board Policy 7310, regarding the naming of facilities, memorials, upon request, the board shall consider naming buildings, parts of buildings, or athletic fields in honor of the contributions of students, staff members, and community members who have been deceased for at least 1 year. Please consider this a request under that board policy. I request naming a building at Whitney High School in the ABC Unified School District in honor of Mr. Robert S. Beal, longtime ABC employee from 1963 to 1993 and founding principal of Whitney High School, 1976 to 1988. Robert Sterling Beal was born January 7, 1936 in San Francisco, California, and passed away October 5, 2011 at Long Beach Memorial Medical Center with his family by his side. Bob spent 35 days in ICU trying to overcome his battle with ARDS, but unfortunately couldn't beat it. Bob was survived by his devoted wife at the time of 54 years, Jerry, his sons, his daughter-in-laws, his grandchildren, his siblings, his nieces and nephews, who all miss him dearly. Bob was employed by the ABC Unified School District from 1963 to 1993. The founding of Whitney High School, a nationally recognized school of excellence and California Distinguished School, was the highlight of his educational career. Whitney High School faculty, students, and alumni proclaim abundantly how Bob changed their lives forever. Bob loved how much his former students stayed in contact with him to let him know of their successes and to thank him for pushing them to be their best. And just this past year, Whitney High School was recognized as the top middle school in the state. This past year, Whitney High School was recognized with 5 national and state awards, and Whitney High School is regularly recognized over these years since its founding as the top high school in the state of California. I'm here as one of Bob Beal's students. I am not expecting the board to do anything about this tonight. I'm not asking the board to do anything about this tonight. I mentioned what the board policy is, and I plan on following the board bylaws 9322 subparagraph B, procedures for placing items on the agenda by members of the public. I am a community member who shares this with many thousands, if not tens of thousands of Whitney families. And thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to discussing this at a future meeting as an agendized item. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Teddy Lloyd as the next speaker.
Thank you very much, and then Happy New Year and good evening to all the board members. You probably remember that I have been by to the board meetings a few times last year, and why I'm here, it's more to do with the fastest growing sport of pickleball. You say, well, what's that got to do with the school? Well, I noticed over the Christmas vacation, I noticed a lot of the younger kids, because I play pickleball, and the parents would come to me and ask, hey, can you help my kids a little pickleball? I enjoy that. I enjoy it very much. But then at the same time, I noticed that the kids, most of them, elementary and maybe even middle school or high school, they don't have any courts in ABC schools to even play with. And so now it's the fastest growing sport. What can the school do about it? And I think I discussed that with the ABC school. And then now I come up with some ideas, and I'd like to share that with the ABC school board, is that, first of all, most of the courts are almost always, I call it hand-me-downs, meaning coming from a tennis court. And I looked around, and I noticed that the most of the tennis courts are almost unused. Where? Artesia High School, Gar High School, and Cerritos High. Especially Cerritos High has 8 tennis courts, and which I do believe the ABC School's gymnasiums is shared with the city of Cerritos. So my idea I'd like to propose for the school board to consider, just to think, which I consider is a low-cost approach, is why not take 2 of the 8 courts of tennis courts that Cerritos High has, hardly ever used, and I would say that can be easily converted into pickleball courts at a low cost, and then maybe share that with the city of Cerritos. And then there are 2 options you can consider. One is making it for dual use. What do I mean by dual use? It can be used for pickleball as well as for tennis. One tennis court can easily accommodate 4 pickleball courts. So now you have it, and then since the ABC's gymnasium, I'm sorry, Cerritos High Gymnasium is ABC school shared that with the city of Cerritos, then why not have the pickleball courts that can be used for the students after they get out of school? Okay, so I think that is a very, very low-cost approach to consider for the ABC school district. And if it's successful, maybe should consider that for the other tennis courts that the ABC school has. And then I would be happy to discuss the details, what would be a low cost for the school. And then, because very often that I notice that everywhere you go in Southern California, especially in Southern California, majority, if not all of the pickleball courts, almost all converted from tennis courts. So if the tennis courts at the ABC schools, high schools mostly, not being used, especially after school is out, why not consider that? And I think that this is definitely something that worthwhile for the ABC School District Board to consider. And I'll be happy to discuss other details and then what would be the cost. And then so far, most of it, it's a very low cost. And then some of it would even be using painter's tape. And the painter's tape, which can be put in a couple of hours to show how that works out. So in any case, that's my idea, and I'd like to share that with the ABC School Board for consideration. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Mr. President, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
On the pickleball?
You can ask a question, yes.
Sure, yeah. You know, he came, Mr. Ted Boyd came a few times, and I do like to give direction or ask the board for consensus that it would be really worthwhile to look into this pickleball for our district in the elementary school, middle school, and high school, because it is a really growing sport. And, you know, I'm always advocate of physical activity for the children, and this is very low cost, and it is very popular, and it's not like tennis where you need to get the lesson, which is costly, but this is very simple. So I'd like to ask the president and our superintendent to look into it and maybe have a discussion for our board to consider.
Right, this is not an
future.
agendized item,
Yes.
but.
For the future. Yeah, put it on the agenda or something.
Sophia.
Sophia Tse, board member Sophia Tse.
The two things, I did play the pickleball. It's not that hard, it's very good, and especially, actually, even for adult school, it's really good, because it's a short distance when you play it. It's not that tiring, but
Again,
the
this is a
exercise.
question,
Yeah, I'm just
clarifying
saying
question.
And my second thing is, our council member Frank Yokoyama mentioned about Principal Boyd. I do want to put an agenda if we can, because I think we denied it one time a year ago, because at that time he just passed away. And according to our education code, we can't name the deceased person who just passed recently. So if it's
Understood.
possible.
It is not an agendized
Got it.
item, so we can direct the superintendent to respond appropriately.
Okay.
But we can't really discuss it because it's
Got
not
it.
on the agenda. It would not be fair
Correct.
to other people that didn't come to the meeting thinking we're going to talk about pickleball or
Okay.
the name.
Okay.
So we can direct the superintendent to follow up with
Yes, please.
additional.
Thank you. Thank you.
works.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adrian Ayub. And so to confirm, are we putting both of those items on the agenda for?
We're talking to the superintendent. Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, distinguished school board. I'm proud to have been a product of this school system. I think everyone's doing a great job. I attended both GAR and Cerritos High School with a diploma from the latter. Recently, just getting more involved in the community and events, I've noticed that GAR High School students get very active both in attending City Hall meetings as well as the Let Freedom Ring Committee. I think that's very good to be getting young people involved in their community and planning and learning to be leaders. But unfortunately, I haven't seen any involvement from Cerritos High School students, even though they're right across the street from the town hall and the community safety center where they hold the Let Freedom Ring Committee. As well as I went to attend a elf play Cerritos High School. And I noticed that it doesn't seem like the school's been updated since I graduated there 10 years ago. So my two questions, because I have love for Cerritos High School because I have a diploma from Cerritos High School. Are there any plans to really give a nice facelift to Cerritos High School, which is right across from our amazing library and City Hall? And then second, are there any plans to try to bring the Cerritos High School kids more into maybe attending City Hall meetings or give them an opportunity on the Let Freedom Ring Committee? Because kids from GAR, they take the bus, even some kid after wrestling practice takes a bus from GAR to go to the City Hall for Cerritos, but the kids are right across the street and they're not getting involved. So that's just, just had a question for those two things, updates to Cerritos High School campus and maybe trying to help to get Cerritos High School students more involved in community events.
Thank you. Superintendent will follow up.
I see no further public comment.
Thank you. So that closes the public comment section. Let's go to the consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to pull an item on the consent calendar? Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. Not pull it, I just would like to make a comment on one of the items. It is 2.1C, and I believe it's on page 81.
Great. And I will also actually pull an item, 3.7C. But let's start with yours.
Thank you. So my comment is just, and you can see I'm getting a little jealous of people retiring. So I was looking at the agenda and I see that we have a couple of our staff members who are retiring. And I know that the district does activities. I mean, there's like do we do one mid-year? Is it, or till the end of the year? Okay, the end of the year. So they have to wait till the end of the year. But I just wanted to say thank you. We have Estela, we have Mary, we have Jacqueline, we have Stephen, and we have Josephine. And they're all retiring, and I just wanted to wish them well and just to thank them for their years of service here at ABC Unified. And I know that they might have to wait till June, so I just wanted to make sure that they knew that the board recognizes them and tell them I'm kind of jealous. All these people are retiring, I got a couple more years. But I did wanted to just say thank you and wish them well and know that the board recognizes them for the work that they've been here at ABC. Thank you.
Thank you. My item with 3.7C, quick question. This is to renew a contract with Community Matters for $14,000. Just had a quick question as to how many staff members are going to be, or how many staff members from Community Matters is going to be part of the program, roughly. Or how many hours we think we're going to be for the $14,000. I know it's a 2-day in-person expansion training for Safe School ambassadors, approximately 37th graders, which is great. Just wanted to know how many of them are going to be doing this training?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, it took me a minute to find some of the paperwork involved with that. It's a 2-day interactive training, 6.5 hours per day, and it includes 5 to 8 adults that'll be serving up to 40 students. And then there's 12 additional ambassadors that the program uses that have been trained by them to kind of help model the program for students.
Okay, this is a full-day program with a lot of people then. All right.
Yes, and there's additional pieces beyond there's follow-up with the principal to make sure that the program is working in the implementation at the school site. So this is a continuation. We did the first part of the program towards the end of last year, mid-year, and we wanted to kind of complete the loop and do the second part of it. And so that is what we're doing. That's what we're requesting for the renewal.
Okay, so it's not just the 2 days, it's actually the preparation prior to that, and also the after measurement effects of what the effectiveness of this program is.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I have no other further questions. Can I get a vote? All in favor say aye.
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 All right, motion passes 6-0. Timed item follow consent items. Dr. Zietlow, can you introduce our new guest? Sure. Can I have a motion to accept the district annual audit report and Measure BB general obligation bond audit report from Negro PC for the year ending June 30th, 2024?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Thank you. Annually, usually Mr. Wen discusses this, and he is not here this evening, so please bear with me. But annually, under Ed Code 4120, the district is required to engage with an external independent audit firm to audit the district's financial records. In addition, under Proposition 39, the district is required to have a separate audit and a report for the Measure BB General Obligation Bond Program. And so the district's independent audit firm is Nigro & Nigro. They've completed their audit, and this evening with us is Mr. Peter Glenn, who is an audit partner with the firm and will be here to present with us. Mr. Glenn.
Good evening.
Microphone.
Too far away. Good evening. Thank you for the introduction.
Maybe did not turn on. You have to push harder. See the green lights. Is it?
It's not
Red light, a green light.
Oh, yeah.
Testing, testing. No?
It's not working.
Check, check, check.
Maybe have him sit over there next to,
Do you want me just to go up here?
yeah, there we go. We're not overspending on microphones for sure.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board and of cabinet and audience. And thank you for the opportunity to present our 23-24 audit report. So as was mentioned, my name is Peter Glenn. I'm with the audit firm Nigro & Nigro, and we performed our independent audit of the district's financial records, and also we audit for compliance matters. I think we're going to forego the slides then, or I don't need them, but, you know, okay. Sorry, I didn't want to add something. I know the meeting's already been probably longer than than you expected. So the slides, just to give you a little background on these were presented to the audit committee. So they, you're going to see there that was presented to the Finance and Audit Committee on December 10th, which is before the due date for the audit. Okay, thank you. The audit is due to the state on December 15th. This year that was a Sunday, so it was actually on the 16th. All right, so I'm going to roll it here, and I assume I go to the right with my little button. We're off to a great start. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, you mentioned the education code that the audit was required under. That's an annual requirement. We are an independent audit firm that's hired by the district independently. What do the financial statements do? What purpose do they serve? Well, they inform as to the financial condition of the district. And they have to be filed in a specific way. You can see the term there that says GAAP. That's generally accepted accounting principles. So the format of the reports has to be presented a certain way to be accepted by the state controller's office. GAAP is set by an organization known as GASB. There's another acronym. That's the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So just so you know who sets those. A lot of the things, or most everything we're going to do, there's going to be some sort of authority that tells us this is how you need to do it. So just so you know what some of the basis is for a lot of our of what's in the report. So you can see there the due date was December 15th, and because it was on a Sunday, it was December 16th this year. Okay, the next two slides, I believe it might be the next three slides actually, have to do with actual sites that we visited. So this gives you a little bit of background on the audit field work. We call this phase one of our field testing. This happened in the spring, so I'm just going to quickly go through. These are sites we tested. And just so you know, we have to test 20% of each grade span. So that's why we rotate these year over year. So that's why these sites were selected. So here's some more. For the middle schools and ASB and high schools, we're testing ASBs as well. Then the last part of phase one is to test our internal controls and federal and state compliance at the district office. So that's kind of all part of it. That also occurs in the spring. Oh, that worked. And then when we, after we do those items, you'll probably be familiar with this term, the unaudited actuals, which you approve in the fall, September of the year, which is based on that June 30th cutoff date. Those are the amounts that we go with to audit your financial statements. And then in addition to that, we look at your compliance with state and federal laws, regulations, guidelines, and we make sure that the reporting on your pensions and your OPEB is, again, in line with generally accepted accounting principles. So if we issue several types of reports that are in the audit, your audit report there, that's over about 108 pages of reporting in there. The very first one is the audit opinion. That's mentioned last on this slide, but this has to do with whether the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, and that was the case for your audit. So that's why that first bullet there says it's unmodified. And then also unmodified on your major federal programs and on your major state programs, or your state programs. At the back of your report, you'll note some findings, and findings are basically where there's just, maybe a black and white issue that the district didn't quite meet up to the standard, so it's an opportunity for improvement. And so you'll see those in the format that's required by the state controller's office. So there'll be a criteria and a reason for what the finding is there for, and also the district response. So the district is responding and coming up with a solution for the issue, and then the following year we'll come back and make sure that those things have been implemented, and then if they have been, then they will be removed. So you can see that with the three findings for 22-23, the solutions for those were implemented. Couple more slides. This is a bit deeper dive than you probably need to go for this type of presentation, but some districts we find are very interested in knowing what the OPEB liability is. This is post-employment benefits, and also what the pension liability is, which is through STRS and PERS. So that's what these two slides are going to demonstrate for you. And those are based on present value amounts, so they're performed by actuaries. And I am not going to spend too much time on these slides, but these slides demonstrate the net position of the district, which is a focus on all of your assets and your liabilities, longer term items. And your fund balance, on the other hand, is more your short term. So when you're looking at your annual budget, those are the things that you're looking at on a day-to-day basis and a year-to-year basis. And that kind of aligns more with your unaudited actuals. And your, again, going back to your net position, that is presented in such a way to show, pensions, OPEB, but that's more of a, again, going back to those standards by GASB that need to be presented in governmental financial statements. Okay, some more data, if you will. Your STRS and PERS pension liability increased, your retiree health benefits liability decreased. So there's your amount there. And again, I'm doing a broad brush here. Okay. One of the items that is of interest, the district added $54.7 million in capital asset additions over the year, and that's mostly attributed to your bond measure, which was also part of our audit. Before I do questions, since I'm talking about the bond audit, we audited your bond measure. That's in the smaller report. That's the Prop 39. That was the Prop 39 requirement. That is a financial audit where we're looking at the financial transactions, we're looking at the balances and expenditures during the year. And then it's also a performance audit where we're making sure that those expenditures align with the bond that was passed, the bond measure that was passed by your taxpayers. Okay, so there were no issues or findings or exceptions in the bond audit report, so I'll make that comment. And now I'll move on to the next slide if there's any questions.
Board members, you?
Okay.
Let's fix those mics.
Yes, we definitely need some help with mics. Thank you, President Nishi. So overall, we were in compliance with all the bond program requirements?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, and we spent accordingly.
If you mean like all the expenditures that we tested
yes.
were in line with the bond measure, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other board member? All right, I have a few questions if it's okay. Oh, wait. Board member Say?
Sorry, President. I just want to let you know, and to the public know too, after the bond money spending on each school, we also invite the public to join what the visit the site has been done. And that was, I believe it's December, right? Yeah. So it was just really to let the community understand what we had done, because this is their money spending on to our school. So just want to let you know this is what we've done for that. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll just try to be as quick as possible. Page 7 of the audit, just the general audit. It says here that our district revenues increased 1.9% to $395 million. So that's total revenues. Is that including bond funds?
Let me catch up to you here. You said page 7?
Page 7. Financial analysis of the district as a whole. Bottom line actually changes the net position, government activities. The district's total revenues increased 1.9% to $395 million. This is revenues, total revenues.
Right.
So I'm including that's restricted funds.
So these are going to be government-wide revenues. And so they're going to include all of your funds and
So it doesn't include bond funds?
no, in this context, bond funds are not revenue, yeah. But in the fund financial concept, they are. So I know it's a little.
Because I always thought our budget was like $230 million, right? And so I'm kind of shocked at this number. I don't know what else we spend the money on.
I'm sorry, are you looking at the revenues or
Total revenues increased to 395. Oh, that's okay. So maybe I'll get the answer at a different time.
Well, it's if you look at table A2.
A2, good.
Your total revenues year over year that's where the increase is coming from.
A2, I see, the next page, right?
Yeah, so A2, you've got your total revenues 2024 and 2023. So the increase of 1.9% is the year over year increase there. Yeah.
But that says 70 million?
7.3 million increase, yeah.
Where is that? On this side, 7.3, I don't see it still.
So the increase was like in money we had for buildings and money we had for vehicles. So they were probably in specific areas where it could be used that way.
Okay. I mean, I
I know.
I always thought our budget was 230 million, so when I see an extra this, I just
Yeah, I think,
wonder about it.
are you looking at general fund budget, or are you?
Just says district total revenues
Well, I
increased.
mean, I'm sorry, when you say your budget is what you said it was, 230 million, were you thinking of general fund budget?
I'm
or-
thinking general fund budget. That's what I
Yeah,
always
so
thought it was.
this here, this A1 and A2 is everything, all funds.
Restricted funds.
No, it's all funds.
So
A1
it includes restricted funds.
Yes, including
Oh, okay,
restricted
so
funds,
so that we get 70, almost 170 million in restricted funds.
yeah. I'm not really seeing where you're making that comparison.
So I'm looking at page 7. Total revenues increased
So-
1.92,
right. So-
$395 million.
This is not your general fund.
That's yeah. So I'm understanding that that's
This is-
including the restricted funds
It's unrestricted, it's restricted.
and restricted.
And it's all your funds.
So if I subtract my general fund budget of 230 from the 395, roughly that's 165 in restricted funds? Or is my math really off?
Well, I think what you want to do is look at table A3. That
okay.
has all your funds.
Okay.
If you want to look at revenues and expenditures and then kind of go through the exercise you're doing and look at that table.
Okay. So explain it to me if you could. So total net position is 70 million.
So
in-
net position includes everything. That's your buildings, your capital assets, your pensions, your OPEB, all of that is coming together.
Okay.
It's not your general fund.
Right, I get that. So total expenses was 370 million last year, and our total revenue is 395. So
So if
this
you want to
is,
look
so
at,
this is including assets.
if you want to look at your general fund on table A3, the very first fund is your general fund.
Mhm.
So your revenues in there are 347 million, 347.5, and your expenditures are 335.3.
Okay. It's sort of itemized. I see instruction, pupil, administration, plant services, all other activities. All right, well, I'll all right. So I see that we had an increase of 5 million in federal funds. And, right, that we didn't expect to get. I think that was on page 9. Revenues increased by 5 million primarily to reflect federal, state, and state budget actions. Some of that was state, but it looked like it was mostly federal, right? Why did we get the extra 5?
So this is your.
Which I'm not arguing.
No, it's okay. So the first line there that you're referring to, over the course of the year, the district revised the annual operating budget several times.
Mm-hmm.
The major budget amendments fall into these categories. So these are actually budget amendments. They're not actual dollars.
Okay.
It's your budget was amended. So you have that original budget, which is like June, right? And then you have your
Actual.
your actual one later.
So like the governor gives us a certain amount of money, and then the actuals come in later on, and we get the amount that the actual.
And there's a actual, if you want to dive into the budget, there is an entire page on your budget to actual comparison.
Mhm.
And that is on page 55. So the paragraph that you were referring to there is talking about, okay, your original budget was this, your amended budget was.
So I'm looking at this. It says the variance with final budget positive 21 million. That's pretty great. And then we had a total expenditures extra probably of 8 million, so we probably get the difference. So why wouldn't our fund balance increase?
You, well, you
Or am I,
had,
I might be reading this wrong, so I'm not really experienced in all this.
so you had an excess of revenues over expenditures.
This is the variance with the final budget. So it was 21 million that we got more than we expected, and we spent 8 million more, I think, than we expected.
You know, can I interject in something here, President?
Yes.
Okay. According to A3, if you look carefully on the above that.
A3 what page?
Right, page 8.
Page
and
8.
A3 above that, financial analysis of the district fund, was stated very clearly as the district complete this year, the governmental fund reported a combined fund balance of 196.1 million, which is below the year's ending fund balance 224 million. So primary cause of the decreased fund balance is increased capital quality expense. The state actually explains to you the whole thing about.
Okay, so we spent more money on capital of $20 million.
I don't think we spend
Well,
more.
it's the
Am I
difference
right?
between-
Correct
It's
me if I'm wrong.
probably your building fund, you spent 50.4 million.
That's not including the bond fund, though.
Yes, it is.
It is
It
included.
is.
The building fund is.
It is
the
included.
bond.
Okay, so this includes the bond fund.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, at the end, our fund balance is 23 million.
So, yeah,
223.
the beginning, are we talking general fund or all funds?
General
General
fund.
general fund, beginning of the year was 98.8, end of the year was 103.6.
And our fund balance is,
So your general fund balance was higher,
Yeah.
but your total fund balance was lower because all the other funds expended more than they took in, primarily your building fund.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the end of the day, our unrestricted fund balance is 23,223,544, as reflected on page 14.
At the end of the day, your unrestricted fund balance is going to be.
As of June, yes.
on the
June 30th,
trends-
2024.
On the trend schedule, so let me look at that.
6 months ago.
So your ending fund balance in your general fund was 103.6. You had reserves of 23 million.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Right, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay,
No other
we got
questions?
there, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, we have lots of questions here, I apologize. Sophia Tse, followed by Board Member Mendoza, and then Board Member Suyu.
I already got it ready. I read the whole, yeah, thank you. I passed this time. Thank you,
Okay, great.
President. Thank you.
Then Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to, thank you for clarifying that because it's hard to follow. But I wanted just to, I know at the end you had the schedule of findings, and I know there were some recommendations. Have those recommendations already been implemented, or is that something we're going to do?
Our Director of Fiscal Services and Business, Monica Aurora, is here this evening, and she can address that at the microphone for us.
That's the relevant question, actually.
Good evening, President Nishii, Vice President Neola, and Clerk Ms. Bui, and all the respected board members. Thank you for that question, Ms. Mendoza. And yes, as soon as our auditors tell us where the lack is and where we need improvement, we implement it right away. So all those recommendations that we have provided to the auditors is after we have, when we have already implemented the improvements and we have taken actions on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu?
Okay, thank you, Board President Nishi. So we're discussing the general right now. We can
Yes.
ask questions. So, so for this year, we are going to meet the fund balance without deficit. We have a surplus?
Are you talking about 24, 25?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Will we meet the fund balance?
So
This is an audit.
I'll defer to her
Okay,
for
okay.
24, 25, because that's.
Thank you for your question, Mrs. Yu. So next month in February, we will be presenting you second interim report, where we'll be bringing you all the financials back again, based on governor's budget proposal, which governor has proposed, and how the economic factors are working, and how does that impact our school district. So we'll present all that. We'll bring it back to you in February, and we'll present that all information. And at that time, you would know what our fund balance would be.
Okay, and another question I have is, we have, how will the unknown liability affect our fund balance? That's a tricky question. I mean, I know, but like we do have liabilities.
Are you referring to like the pension and the OPEB
No.
liability? No.
I think at this point, we will have to go with each case, and then as you get throughout the year, updates on the budget, which come when you
right,
get the
yeah.
interim reports, you will see how it's impacting it.
Yeah, that was my concern.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, so overall, how did we do as a district? How was the audit? Would you grade above average,
Well, you know,
A
I'm
plus?
going to stick with, the language that we auditors use. And so our opinion on the financial statements was unmodified, and they're fairly stated. So I think what that means from a financial standpoint is, although it goes, it only goes through June 30th of '24, but going forward, you have confidence that, okay, those starting balances have been independently verified. So now you can move forward with confidence when you do your budgeting, and that's kind of how this all works. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Oh, we already did that? Okay. All right. Should we have a vote then for this? Okay. We have an vote to accept the audit report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Let's move to the next item, action items. 1.2A, may I have a motion to approve the community member and student appointments to the Board Advisory Committee?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Mendoza.
Thank you. Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. We have added a few student board members and alternates to our board committees. So that is the change you see here this evening.
Any public comments?
I see no public comment.
Thank you. Any board comment? No board comment? Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0. Next item, 1.3A, can I have a motion to adopt Resolution 24-13, acknowledging the month of January 2025 as School Board Recognition Month? Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. I'd like to just take a minute and read the recognition in regard to the work that all of you choose to do. Being a school board member is not something a lot of people will choose to do, and so we really appreciate you. And so the resolution reads that whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities, and whereas our Board of Education continues to ensure our children's academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs are met, and whereas our Board of Education continues to advocate to best serve children in our community each and every day, and whereas our Board of Education is committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child, and whereas our Board of Education works closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the healthiest environments possible where all students can thrive, and whereas our Board of Education is responsible for building and maintaining the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system, and whereas our Board of Education is a strong advocate for public education and is responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the board, and whereas the mission of the public schools to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society in an ever-changing world is more poignant than ever. Therefore, now, I, Dr. Zitlo, do hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the Board of Education and proclaim on the 21st day of January 2025, the month of January 2025, as School Board Recognition Month in California, Los Angeles County, Cerritos, ABC Unified School District. I urge all community members to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of our Board of Education members and in working with them to create an education system that meets the needs of all of our children.
Thank you for reading that. I appreciate it. Any public comment on this item?
I see none.
All right. Let's have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 I pressed my button.
Oh, I apologize. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was conflicted with this one because we do this because we want to serve our communities. We want to serve our kids. And we made a choice to do this. And I appreciate the recognition, but just please know that we do this because we want to. We already took our oath, and I appreciate the recognition, but it was really hard because I love recognizing everybody else. So this one was kind of like, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza. When I first saw this, I was like, I don't know, let's add everybody else to this thing. And then I was like, and I realized sometimes you just have to do self-care as well. So, it's okay. Thank you. And I love the public that's saying that. So thank you very much.
If I may,
Yes.
in the state of California, this last election, more than 50% of school board positions either went unfilled or were filled by people who ran unopposed. And so I think it says a lot about people willing to do that. And if we don't say something to our public, they won't understand the value of having a full board when there are many communities in this state who do not have a full board. Yeah. And it's important. So thank you, sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Board Member Yu.
Yeah, just want to applaud our fellow board members, and we have a very qualified and capable board members. We have 2 teachers, 2 educators, 2 attorneys. I mean, this is a lot of time that we give, but I know that we have our differences. It's bipartisan, but I know one thing is that everyone who sit on this board care about the children and the excellence for the children. We're all here, and we can yell at each other and have differences, but we will work together for the best welfare of our children, to support our staff, and really appreciate the partnerships that we have with different stakeholders. So thank you all for serving and stepping up. We have a lot of work to do ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Suyu. I think we had more discussion about this after the vote than we had before the vote, but all right. We did think a little bit backwards sometimes. That's all right. Can I have a motion to adopt Resolution 24-14 acknowledging January 13th, 2025 as Korean American Day in recognition of the many contributions made by Korean Americans? And I'm thinking let's do it a little different. Let's be participatory, if you don't mind. And each of us will read a paragraph from that. And before we do any of that,
Tatiana
we'll do
makes a
motion.
I
motion.
second.
All right. Motion is second. All right. Let's start with.
Wait, did we vote for that one, the one before?
We
I
got a
don't think
motion in a
so.
second, and then we're gonna.
The one before we haven't voted yet. We
And then
didn't.
everybody made comment.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We voted first, and then we commented. Which, using presidential discretion, I allowed. Because I didn't recognize the Board Member Mendoza's timely press of the button. So with this particular resolution, I think it's important that we actually read it as a participatory board together with each specific paragraph, starting with Board Member Yu and going along in each line.
Thank you, President Nishi, for putting this on the agenda. Really appreciate it. Korean American Day. Whereas on January 13, 1903, the history of Korean immigration to America began when 102 courageous Korean adults and children landed in the state of Hawaii after venturing across the vast Pacific Ocean aboard the SS Gaelic. And
Whereas the hopes of these Korean immigrants for America, the land of opportunity, were quickly hindered by social, economic, and language barriers of unforeseen magnitude. And
Whereas these Korean Americans did not falter in their pursuit of the American dream, Through perseverance and sacrifice, they established a new home in a new land and educated their children. And
whereas between 1904 and 1907, approximately 1,000 Korean Americans entered the United States mainland from the state of Hawaii through San Francisco, where the first Korean American political organizations and Korean language publications were established. And
whereas while the first Korean immigrant to the United States fought and sacrificed to establish themselves, their children grew up to be patriotic citizens, and many of whom went on to serve in the armed forces of the United States during the World War II, and to make other important contributions to mainstream American society. And
whereas the 1965 amendments to the Federal Immigration and Nationality Act, Public Law 89-236, opened the door for a new wave of Korean immigrants to enter the United States. Since its enactment, Korean Americans have become one of the fastest growing groups of Asian Americans in the United States. In 1960, approximately 25,000 people of Korean ancestry lived in the United States, but by 1970, that number had increased to 69,130. By 1980, the number of people of Korean ancestry living in the United States had increased over fivefold to 354,593, and by 1990, that number more than doubled, increasing to 798,849. In 2010, it was estimated that 1,706,822 people with some Korean ancestry lived in the United States, representing more than a 67-fold increase since 1960. And
whereas with diligence, fortitude, and enduring belief in the American dream, Korean immigrants have helped to turn emergent areas within the state of California into thriving communities while raising their children to be productive Korean Americans. And
whereas Korean Americans have become an integral part of mainstream American society and have made important contributions as Californians in the field of finance, technology, law, medicine, education, sports, media, the arts, the military, and government, as well as other areas.
And whereas the Korean American community prepares for a new era and creates new history, Korean Americans must instill in younger generations an appreciation for the courage and values of their forefathers, a deep sense of their roots, and pride in their own cultural heritage so that they may better contribute to the great state of California, which is rich with ethnic, cultural diversity and cuisine. And
whereas in ABC Unified School District, 5.7 of the student population identify as Korean American, and whereas the Board of Education is requested to adopt Resolution 24-14 acknowledging January 13th, 2025 as Korean American Day in recognition of the many contributions made by Korean Americans and Korean Americans that have joined the ABC School Board in the past and current.
and approve it.
Approved and adopted, so we would like to have some public comments on this particular resolution. Do you see any public comments?
I see none.
Thank you. Can I get a vote? Any discussion from us? Oh, okay. To Mr. Board Member Sue Yu.
First of all, I just, again, want to thank you for putting this on the agenda. And, you know, I immigrated when I was 8 years old, and just looking back, I think I experienced a full immigrant life since the 70s. And it's actually 50 years. It was 50 years last year that our family immigrated, and my sister's like, we need to celebrate, you know. And, you know, we grew up, and we went to college on financial aid. You know, we grew up in an apartment, and, you know, it was tough. Like, we had, you know, went on RTD bus. Do you guys remember RTD bus, you know? And I still played volleyball, taking the RTD bus. I had to transfer and change a few times, and those were tough times. But, you know, this is a great nation because we were able to be educated, and all of our children are now paying taxes. I mean, immigrants are thriving. California has really grown through the labor of the immigrants, because immigrants pick up work that people who lived in this country for generations, right? Janitorial to garment sector. My mom was the seamstress for a decade. So, a lot of hard work, but I'm so glad that our district, really proud that our district serves this diverse population with how many languages?
Over 30.
Yeah, over 30 languages, and look at all the schools that were on the, blue ribbon, so it's amazing. So thank you very much. I'm proud to be Korean American and serving in the serving as a public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a resolution that I like to see because, like Board Member Sue, you said that we need to acknowledge our students' diversity, and we also they need to see themselves here in positions of leadership, because as we learn that our backgrounds are almost the same, right? We may come from different backgrounds, but our history is almost the same. And so this is a resolution I like to read about. So thank you for bringing this to the board.
Board Member Tsay.
It reflects what happened on the last, the day we had the City of Cerritos, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony that day. The presenter speak two words I never forget when I left from there, say, legacy matter. Unity means a lot to us. And that tells you we all have to work together, respect each other's culture and belief.
Thank you, Board Member Tsay. So, any further comments? No further comments? I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. Item number 3.10. Can I have a motion to approve the requested contract with Outfront Media to provide advertisement to the adult school on 10 bus shelters, 3 digital billboards, 15 static billboards, and on Norwalk Transit from February 17th to May 11th, 2025.
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. As you heard from our wonderful representatives from the adult school, we had made some efforts last year to continue advertisement into the adult school program through some of our buses, Long Beach Transit and Norwalk Transit, which you could still see around the community. I'm happy to report that we had a quite success with that. Our principal, Nancy O'Mara, has reported to me that last year the enrollment for academic programs was at 293, and then this year they started the year off with 418 enrolled. For our CTE pathway programs, we saw last year at 402 and this year at 471. So again, this contract with Outfront Media is to expand that offering by looking at billboards that are appropriately placed in the surrounding areas that would possibly be for individuals who are local who would like to participate in the adult school program. So just helping to get the word out.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
I see none.
Thank you. Any board comment? Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you know who came up with the slogan? Was it a student or was it the district?
I don't have that information, but I could ask our principal for that information if he would like.
That is such a good slogan. I think we need to adopt it as a district.
I believe that it's a company that we're working with that's helping us.
I think we need to keep it, and it's as easy as ABC. I love it. It's really catchy.
Thank you. Board Member Tsay?
I just want to remind the clerk and the president, now it's at 10:15, so we only have 15 minutes left. So we need to just kind of watch our time now.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I just have any other board comment? Okay, really quick. I think it's a great thing, but this is kind of different than our schools. So I think, yeah, again, innovation. That's it. Let's call for a vote. All in favor of this, particularly say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seeing none, motion passes 6-0. Item 21, information items. Quarterly Williams settlement compliance report for October through December 2024. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. We received our report back from the LA County Office of Education, and there were no concerns reported in instructional materials, facilities, teacher vacancies, or misassignments.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Board member reports. Anybody? Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, President Nishi. Many of us have family and friends who have faced devastating and tragic times these past couple weeks. My prayers go out to those who have lost. Some lost everything. There has been an incredible showing of support, direct support from our first line, firefighters, police officers, volunteers, and as well as philanthropy and support from our communities and schools, including families banding together to collect donations and drive to various cities to help those in need. Your service is very much appreciated. As far as my report, I would like to touch upon briefly, since I didn't get a chance last month. I attended the California State Board Association. School Board Association. Sorry, I'm an attorney.
You are an attorney.
California School Board Association, CSBA, annual conference at the Anaheim Convention Center. On December 5, I attended the welcome session entitled The Science of Well-Being, presented by Yale professor Dr. Lori Santos. I found this session to be enlightening. The course is available on coursera.org. You can enroll for free. Currently, it's a Yale course you can take for free. I also attended on an Arts Education Prop 28 session, as well as the California Latino School Board Association luncheon, hosted by inspirational leaders in the Latino community. Lastly, I also attended a panel presentation on real examples of challenges and successes of school closure and consolidation. On December 6th, I attended the Asian Pacific Islander School Board Members Association breakfast, where ABC Unified School District was recognized for outstanding program, Day of Remembrance, World War II Survivors of U.S. Incarceration. I also attended a showing of a documentary called Anxious Nation, directed by a high school parent from San Diego. The documentary gave a glimpse into what our vulnerable youth experience in today's social media obsessed world. Awareness of the problem is our first step to helping to solve the issue. I was honored to attend a session, Accessibility for Students to Dual Enrollment and CTE Pathways, presented by ABC Unified School District's Dr. Zitlo and Dr. Castro, as well as featuring 3 bright and intelligent student panelists from both Artesia and Cerritos High Schools. On December 7, I attended a presentation on best practices for underutilized real estate. I also attended a general session focused on demystifying AI and potential utilization of AI in our communities and districts. On December 16, I attended a screening of School Lunch of Ashiya City at Japan House in Los Angeles. The screening and presentation was hosted by Mrs. Mami Sone, wife of Consul General of Japan in Los Angeles, Mr. Kenko Sone. Ms. Sone was a school teacher in Japan for many years before she moved to Los Angeles. Nutrition in and enjoyment of school lunches is of utmost importance in Japan and is one of the areas I am focused on while on school board. On December 19th, I attended Leal Elementary's Winter Wonderland performance. I also attended Nixon Academy's The Greatest Gift performance, presented by Nixon Academy's Junior Jammin' Jaguars and musical troupe, both great shows by all the very excited and talented students. On December 20th, 2024, I attended Hawaiian Elementary's Winter Wonderland performance. I was once again blown away by how much they just put me into the Christmas spirit. Last Friday, I attended senior night for boys and girls basketball at Cerritos High School. I watched the boys varsity defeat their opponents in a crazy victory, and the whole stadium was up and cheering. It was very memorable. And this past Monday, I attended the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony at the Cerritos Performing Arts Center. As many have stated, there were a number of outstanding performances by young performers, elementary school age to college, as well as adult community members. The joy and confidence in their performances literally gave me goosebumps. It was a momentous and inspirational celebration in Dr. King's honor. And lastly, I did want to include briefly, I had it noted, but I failed to comment. For consent item 1.1C, pause before you post, I would like to be invited to one of the presentations. I do believe that, again, the social media issue and what we're dealing with now is an epidemic, and I want to ensure that we figure out what is being presented here and potentially start offering it to elementary school students if it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Say.
Wow, it's hard to follow you now. No. I'm so glad. No, I'm so glad. I'm really glad. Welcome to school board, and thank you for participating in so many programs. We do need people like you are. Thank you very much. Well, for me, January 1st, actually New Year, I attended Whitney High School Chinese PTA faraway meeting for the graduate student. In Rose Parade, I want a special thanks to our board president, Mr. Nishi, made it such a nice interstate chart and say 605. I was so excited, and I got my crowd in the back. They all start screaming, yelling. I said, "That's from our school! That's from our school!" People were so happy, and they start screaming it, and make us so proud. Say, "Hey, that's from ABC Unified School District." That's really. I want to thank you for all the students and parents and teacher and staff getting involved. My May 8th, I went to this so-called Whitney High School set of a reality. Attending there, I challenged some of the students, because they have money, right? They're ready to buy things. So I challenged some high school. I said, "Hey, they have a good sports car. You should go get it." And kids are so smart. I said, "No, too expensive. I cannot afford." But there are one or two students say, "I'm going to go only buy the car." So I think in overall, I think our students do recognize what is important in their life and what they really need to spend the money, the right money, not the wrong way. So I'm glad it was a good outcome. So then following the weekend, I believe it's January the 12th, I was told they're donating clothes and 195th. I was like, oh my God, we got to get involved. I took my youngest grandson, which is Lucas, always with me. So when they help, and we moved all those gifts and the things to the truck. And I put Lucas on top and said, "Lucas, because so many, and Lucas, you're just dragging into to that, because we are so, I mean, for me, it's so hard to bend it down and pick it up and give it to them." And Lucas is small, young, so Lucas helped us at 4 years old. I want to thank Lucas. And also thank you, our president, Mr. Nishi, participated right away and standing there helping us too. One thing I do want to mention, the story, a lady who came late, I think it was closing time at 12 o'clock. She came around 12:15, and she was crying. This is what she said: "I have so many new clothes. My husband just passed away, and I don't know what to do, but I believe he's very happy that I give this away to the people who really need it." And you should see all the clothes and the material she bought. It's brand new, and she was crying. She really, I just want to share. I mean, I can see Cerritos, we do have a lot of good residents. Well, I mean, not just Cerritos, Atisha, Cerritos, even expanded to Buena Park. People are so participating. When it was ended up, the Red Cross said, "No more, no more. We need just food and money now." So I want to thank you, Mom Cerritos. Your participation really make us. How I'm going to say that? I am so proud of those mothers. They have kids. They came and they help. They make huge difference. They show us the support and love to those people. Actually, I also want to thank to our superintendent. We do have a student who accept them from the fireplace, and they end up no place to go. They're attending our district. I want to thank you, Dr. Zillow, accepting those students to our school district. Appreciate it. So on 120, January the 20th, attending, like I said, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony. Like I said, two things I learned from there. It was legacy, matter, and unity. And we do need to work together. We need to help each other to make the better city and better national-wide things, and give us a love to one of each other's and care others not just focus what we really need, and be not selfish, pass the love to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Dr. Rios. Actually, sorry, Board Member Mendoza.
Do you want to go first?
Well, I just want to note the time.
Yeah.
So can we get a motion to extend 15 minutes? All in favor,
Second.
say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 15 minutes, 10:45.
Do you want
Go
to-
ahead.
It's up to you.
Board Member Mendoza?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So Happy New Year to everyone. So just starting back from after getting sworn in, and a big thank you to Supervisor Janice Han for coming in to give me the oath of office. I got really busy right then because I still had a week off from LAUSD. So I was able to attend some of the winter holidays. So I went to Nixon and I got to see my goddaughter there perform. And then I went to Kennedy's holiday performance. I went to Ross. I went to visit Ross, and then I went to Nemis, and so Burbank's holiday performance, and it's just the best time of the year to see all the students that have been working really hard and the staff to do the performances. So thank you for inviting me and for having me. I also went to visit some of our schools. I went to Ross Middle School, Tracy High School, and I also went to Artesia High School. And having been gone for a couple of years, I'm glad to go back and see that the schools are looking like modernized. Ross, I'm like, wow, it looks like a brand new school. I know Tracy and Artesia, I did speak with the district, and there's some areas that we wanna work with them to support them. But I'm just amazed of the things that the students are doing. I went into one of the classrooms at Artesia High School, and I had a conversation with one of Ms. Sergio Garcia, the principal, said one of our students was a second language learner. He came to us, a newcomer in middle school, and he's in 11th grade, and he was speaking fluent English and Spanish. So I'm amazed that our students, our newcomers, they can come and they can just be accepted, and they can, just thrive in their second language and their first language. So that was great to see. I want to thank the city of Artesia because they invited me to ride in the Artesia Jingle Bell Express. So we drove through the entire city with Santa. One of the council members was Santa. Shh, don't say anything. But that was lots of fun. And then I also attended the North Artesia's Community Posadas, which they have every year. And it was just good to be around community. I also got to come to the district and visit district staff to catch up because after being gone for 4 years, I wanted to kind of catch up. And I'm so glad that in the 4 years, not only are our schools being modernized, but like the simple things, and sometimes it's the little details, like our pamphlets are modernized. So thank you, Dr. Castro. That was really good to see. And just thank you to the entire ABC school staff for just giving me a really warm welcome back. It feels really good to know that I was missed. So that was great. I want to do a thank you to the City of Lakewood. We had one of our speakers come and said that he would like to see some of the students involved in civic engagement. And Mr. Canales over at GAR, he gives, classes, he gives extra points, or, as part of their class, they have to go visit some of the local government. So my son was actually able to go to the City of Lakewood, and they were very gracious. All of the city council members stayed after the meeting, and they spoke to all of the students there. So he was really excited. He came back and he was really excited because he got to see it in action, everything that he reads. And some of the board members have already mentioned that, the last couple of weeks coming back was really hard. There was a disaster that has never been seen before in the state of California. And I just want to welcome those students and those families who are coming to us after losing so much. And I just want to say to them, you're welcomed here. If you need anything, please reach out to any of our staff. That's why we're here to support you and make sure that you have a learning environment that's comfortable for you. And I also want to thank the staff here because it was hard. Trying to work at a school district and not having the kids go outside for recess or lunch, it's really hard. Our kids need to be outside. They need vitamin D. They need to socialize. And I know it was really challenging to keep them inside. And I just want to thank all of our staff members for going through that with all of us. And I know my kids, as soon as they were let out, it was like, I'm free. And they were like, wow, they just ran out there like they've never seen recess or lunch before. And to our staff also, and our students and our families, our communities, thank you for showing kindness, compassion. I know we've talked about donations and just, it's as easy as ABC, right? To show a little bit of kindness. One little thing goes a long way. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing my committee. I think I'm the liaisons for the Unity, Diversity, and Equity. I will be there, and I hope to see many of you there. So thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my board report.
Thank you. Board Member Rios, Dr. Rios.
Thank you, and that reminded me that I did miss the last board meeting, and so I didn't officially get to welcome our two board members, so welcome. Very happy that you are joining us and to be part of our board. Yay. More than a report, I kind of have some comments. I also want to echo the interest in pickleball. I have a child who's an athlete, and that sport takes up most of this time, but will find time to still go play pickleball after school. And I would love to see, you know, if those ideas can be implemented, our schools support this effort. I know that the community, community parks get like tons of people signing up to do pickleball. It is something that the youth really has grabbed onto, and if we could bring it down to the middle school and elementary, I'd like to see our staff explore some of those options. The other thing is I really appreciated the resolution in recognition of the board, not only because we do know that this is important work that we do, but because it highlighted our charge, especially in current times. I think two of the things that I want to highlight within the resolution is one, that we are charged to be advocates for public education, and so we champion what public education does and is. And also that we as a school board supports the mission of our schools to meet the diverse educational needs of all children. And I want to highlight too, right, regardless of gender, regardless of immigration status, and just wanted to put that out there. I welcome the charge, and I know that we all signed off on it, and so it will be no less expectation that when it comes to issues that affect our kids, that we remember that we're here to represent all of them. That's really it. The last thing is just Happy New Year, and here's to best one yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Board Member Yu.
Happy New Year, everybody. My prayers goes out to the victims of the fire. I mean, it's pretty devastating. It's very depressing, and I was very disturbed that in this day and age, more than 14,000 homes were destroyed. And financial damage counts to what, couple hundred billions. I can't even imagine that amount. But the worst of that is your life is just wiped out because everything is destroyed. The homes and the things that your children, you raise, and some of their interviews. It was really sad, and to experience something like that is almost equivalent to a war where bomb drops and everything's wiped out. And yeah, my mom still has. She passed away. She's in heaven now, but she would have nightmares. The bombs dropping, during the Korean War, and so my prayers goes out to this the fire victims, and also want to share about the inauguration speech with the new administration. A few things that I picked up was the hope for our children to restore parental rights, to raise our children according to our rights and according to family values, and just common sense values such as, TikTok and Facebook, allowing children to go on, and whether we allow or not, children are on the social media, and we all know how damaging it is. And thank you, my fellow board member Tatiana also mentioned it. And as a mother of 4 girls, they're all grown, and being in a private sector, working with thousands of children, seeing the different stages of the technology from the laptop to iPhone, smartphone, and social media, it's damaging. And we know how much damage TikTok has been to our children, and addictive, dangerous, and it's controlled by our enemy. And now that finally that we're going to have some talk of banning, but negotiation, which is protecting our American children. That is so important. So that was really hopeful for me. And the second thing that finally, I do want to mention about, it kind of dawned on me as a board member, at the end of the day, when I walk away, when the children graduate and go through ABC, I would like the children to have a foundation in math literacy and reading. Whether you go to college and what you do, that's secondary, but all the children, if you have a strong foundation in math, know how to calculate interest rates and know how to calculate percentages, paying credit cards, can use credit cards and pay 20% percentage, that breaks you. And, just the basic things. I think that if we as a board and our district can do something like that, that would leave our children with lasting tools that they can use for the rest of their life. It's not necessarily the degree, but the foundation. And it really, the primary, the elementary school is where all the foundation is built up. And, it's not necessarily so much of the, the No Child Left Behind, the Common Core, all that. But I think that looking at our district in the past 10 years, there's a really strong collaboration with different stakeholders, with our union and the teachers and the staff. I have high respect for our district. We have great educators, and I think that we could definitely do something that transcend the state, transcend what the state mandates, and do something that is very profitable and beneficial for children, especially the children who come from underrepresented, because the pandemic and all kinds of agendas have really been a real obstacle in the past, many years. So that's something that I do like to devote myself to, having that skills in the private sector of tutoring business and, so forth, and it can be very profitable. And lastly, I know there are funding, and I don't know all the details. I mean, I'm not going to sit down and spend hours studying, but there are funding, and I would like to see the fundings really used during the summer to help students with these two skills, math and reading, and not do too many, reduce the online stuff. So that's just something that I would like to, look into in the future, and, work with my, superintendent and the board. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. We have a lot to go through. All right, announcements. Next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, February 4th, 7 p.m., District Board Office. Come on down. Committee meetings. We have Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, at 6 p.m. in the District Conference Room. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, at 5:30. I don't think I'm going to go to that one. But it's also a good one for everybody else if you'd like to come. Legislative Policy Board and Advisory Committee. This is a great committee. Wednesday, January 29th, 6:30 p.m., District Conference Room. Citizen Oversight Committee. It's for the bond. Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 6 p.m. And shortly after that, there's another trustee meeting. So if you want to come to that, you can come to that. Diversity, Unity, Equity, Duke Board Advisory Committee. It will be February 12th, 2025 at 5:30 at the District Office Boardroom. Everybody please be there. And we have a second public comments section. Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
I have one public comment for second public comment, Carla B. Santa Cruz.
Thank you. I was a little asleep at the wheel, but I just wanted to appreciate the fact that we were observing Korean Day. And also, I think at this specific time, I'm very concerned about our community and our children that are immigrants and the families. But I do appreciate the fact that, we have a board that's supportive of our families. And like we said, we might argue about certain issues, but we can have respectful discourse and be able to respect each other and opinions, but really have the heart and soul of our children and our community and our families at heart. And just the fact that I heard there's still the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion committee and our officers. I think it's so important for us to stand steadfast with what we've established and that we will continue to establish for our community. And for the new board members and returning board members, thank you for all of your work, and I'm happy to see Leticia again. I met Dr. Rios, I know Sofia forever. I've met Francisco Noyola, of course, our President Nishii. Sue Yu, who represents my district, and I want to welcome also Tatiana Yokohama. I was very impressed with your report and appreciate so much that you're right out there. As a former teacher and as a community member, it always means a lot when we're at a school function, whatever it is, everyone puts so much work into it. And we always appreciate the administrators, the board members, and we know that you're torn because you cover so many schools, but I can tell you that it means a lot, so thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Second?
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Done.